All right. We're back. More or less. Okay. Investigation day 2. Hey, that's a ball. Heck. I also might small snack at the moment, so. Well. All right. Psyche locks. Mr. Arabal is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arabal? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Mangatama on him then. Okay. Mr. Arabal's plan. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or, more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But the High Priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Kurain like I'm doing. Okay. Oh, okay, I didn't do the thing, did I? Psyche box. Okay. Alright, we already backed. I just hit the button instead of presenting the Mangatama.
Take that!
Alright, do it properly. That's his plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or, more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that High Priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Gutrine regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. An Amanda flower. Which is indeed, by the wall.
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Hee-ho! Hee-ha! Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurainese way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk and the rest of them for a few days. Tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. Well, good heck. Do we? And how exactly plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Lady Kira's warning? Probably. Oh no, this. The flag.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. Hoo-ha-ha! So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Ah. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of them, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this game goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. Hydrate? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Thank you, Utter Smell. Bark. Oink. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside of you. All right. It's the dragon mark, the rebel dragon mark. Do I show that? Dragon's mark demonstrates the strength of Dirk's conviction, just as it does yours.
Take that!
Dirk's lawbook. I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want. You don't know nothing about me. Like, no, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. My attorney's badge. No! I mean, it's supposed to be my attorney's badge. What if it's actually the plumed Punisher? This is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? We've been doing this. No, I wouldn't. What? Back, but you've been back. No, well, not for his beliefs. For the other people. But he believes in the innocence of the other people. No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Divine Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. Unlock successful. Mr. Utterball's plan. I'd planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I've no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned. Really? After weeping at the feet of the Queen. Ah. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So, what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with the cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep. Plus the hideout's at a totally unexpected location. And being it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Oh, is it in the inner sanctum? Golden orb added to the court record. An orb entrusted to me by Mr. Adetbal. Seems to be the key to the rebel hideout. 'Cause if there's a rebel base right there, that explains a lot of things. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Heck. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Okay. Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya is suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Sorry, too much chewing. Beats me, but whoever she is, she'd bushwhack me and haul me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us, delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk, framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes. Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Their kingdom likes to pretend that his people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Gatran regime. Wow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira, then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, clever setups. Yeah, a cop the whole time. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Secretly? Exactly. The gut-run regime is using it to control the people, even down to what we think. And why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Phoenix, you never lived under a monarchy, have you? Especially not in, one as capricious as this, where someone can be called her benevolence, when no one has been found innocent of a crime in 30 years. Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Goal of the revolution. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but, heck. The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? I mean, your rebels are likely to believe that, whether that's true or not. Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. Back. That's how the DC Act was first passed. So, that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Rite. Even worse, it changes significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean, like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth. Arguing against them was bad. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. From what I've seen, Rite would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship, and the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So, that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. PW? After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. Oh, yeah. That's our ball. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I'll just get to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. May 11, Hurain Bazaar. Phew, I finally got out of there.
Mr. Rite, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you.
Oh. Shadow? What happened to him anyway?
He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help.
Oh.
Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I'd better keep things to myself for now.
I figured as much.
I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arabao was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Okay. To the Inner Sanctum. I'm guessing it has something to do with the Warbod. May 11, Inner Sanctum.
Bobbed head, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. In case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home. Leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that.
Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. Alright, so let's go ahead and examine things. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Alright. Well, that's sure interesting that you can... Wow, this is blood! Yeah, we know it's blood.
This is a statue of a warbird, the bird upon which Lady Kira based her appearance.
And all of this blood is from the High Priest, huh?
He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace.
Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. Okay, so... Okay, I don't think anything new will respond to... Oh. I can't believe Mr. Arabal used this as a parachute.
That reckless fool. But then again, he must have a screw loose if he counts himself among those violent rebels.
I wouldn't exactly call him crazy, but he's certainly one of a kind. Alright.
That orb has a mesmerizing core. I must take a closer look at it.
Mr. Arabal entrusted me with this, so maybe I shouldn't let even Princess Raifa handle it. Your benevolence? Wouldn't you be defiled by touching an object that has been in the hands of a lawyer?
I suppose so.
You do know that there are no such things as lawyer cooties, right? Okay, Alright, so my thought was the bird. It need not necessarily be the bird. Let's take our closer look. Do we see anything that is perhaps... Heck. I still feel like it would be the bird, but it is not allowing me such an interaction. Well, let us try. Other places, the High Priest's own house? No. I mean, that's silly, so we have to check. I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Okay, so you're telling me that it's not here. The temple? The temple's probably a good one. No, it is not. See, here's the thing. I went to the inner sanctum and I got a seed. No place else has given me a seed. So let's check this out again. Maybe it's on Mount Pony Pony? Nothing particularly interesting here. I have to look at the rock. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Wow, what an incredible view. It almost, boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry. I'll be right down. It looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. I guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza Devotion are the only way up here. Oh, here we go. There we go. The missing eyes. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Zoom in, zoom in. Yes. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. Find a way to shake her off or something. Like, Amscray, incest prey. Heck. Sorry. But that shape, I wonder.
Take that!
Orb. Sure is angry. I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Bobbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. She's not ready for the full story. I shouldn't tell her about what the orb does. It seems to be a secret rebel hideout. This is yours. Package came in. Seems to be a secret rebel hideout. You could just say, I don't know what it is, maybe we could go in and explore. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I'd imagine that goes double for Rite. The rebel hideout in the inner sanctum, somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much loyally driven. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Bobbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I'll be watching you like a warbird from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. All right. I don't think it's... Oh, it is more. Okay. Rebel hideout. Ooh. May 11, secret hideout. They got guns and crossbow for some reason.
I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water.
That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. Someone might have already been killed would be why the water was already red. Oh, heck. But what about that warbird revolving door? I wonder if that, too, was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space.
I think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred place. It is a desecration upon Koraianism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission.
Rifa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Rebel hideout photo added to the court record. Wow. Now to search every nook and cranny. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. It was literally built into this inner sanctum. Every.
Bobtail, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and to break things.
I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Right. We got handprints. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it did tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell?
It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. I have never heard of that before. Is it new in your country? It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble.
What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Oh, it's a mechanism, probably. Oh no. Look!
What is it, Bobhead?
It's a plumed Punisher clock.
Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Bobhead.
And they have not noticed this in as long as his base has been here.
It's like, do you notice the music coming from somewhere?
Ah! She snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rifa is definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right.
It's the Plume Punisher theme song.
Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be plumed Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Oh, this is the High Priest's own rebel base? Thinking of that? And his wife, probably. So, this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside.
Lady Kira uses the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. However, there is blood. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. I thought it might help you. No! I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. What? Hold on. Oh. Here's the thing. TTS is happening in my ear. But apparently it's not happening to stream, and I know why exactly. I believe. Oh no. Hold on 1 second here. I know why. Okay. I did a thing that changed a thing. And it was supposed to be good. Even though they're not bristly bristles, or are they actually... Bark. 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to do this the complicated way. This will lose a connection. Should complain. Going to bridge to somewhere else. To activate TTS.
I said I needed purely flat thing that is also flexible.
Right.
With 0 bristles.
Like bristles, they're... But yeah, okay. I showed you the thing with pictures. They were not... back.
Also it's working, yay.
Oh. What? Oh, the TTS is working, yes. Yeah, so... The explanation of bristles was not given to me why they were bad.
So you use it to scoop down.
No. Back. Back. Like I said. Oh. One second here. Let's see. See. Okay, so here. All right. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminols glow. Then I just press A whenever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Let's see if anything is near these handprints. No? I mean, obviously the... Back. So, like, there we go. This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened here.
Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbard statue.
There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. What? They don't? That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbard revolving door passed over it? Rebel hideout photo updated in the court record. Let's see here. Open a plastic thing. Alright. Wibbly. Okay.
A photo of the secret rebel hideout. There was a luminol reaction near the entrance. Forensics expert awarded.
What?
Just for using all the things. I don't know.
Alright.
Let's tell you about his calendar.
There's a plumed Punisher calendar here.
Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Keita.
I doubt that's it. Looks like an order from Dirk.
What's this? Let me see that.
I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here.
This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother.
What? What does it say?
It is an order intended for that rebel named Dance. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Keita's costume and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must run my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmei is no longer able to aid the rebels.
I knew that.
Weapons, and lots of them too.
We're lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head.
Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless.
So many weapons. Oh. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once.
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
If this is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will.
But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Well, I think that covers about everything here.
Mr. Rite, you shouldn't have come in here before the police.
Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
Sorry.
Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Okay, so we've done the examining. I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Make sure I didn't see anything unseen. I'm particular that way. Chain? The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That would deprive the insurgents of access to this place. But wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry. I would come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious. You know, you could just reclaim this space. Heck. Right, up. It's my current, goal. I have no current goal. Come on. Okay, we've seen enough. Back to the temple. Okay. What's the point of giving me a list of things?
I mean, they would have to wait for the police and the investigation, but afterwards, yeah.
May 11, Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. You know, maybe your mother... Oh. I'm here about to say maybe your mother doesn't know about American lawyers, but, if that was so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Sadmadi has need of me.
Maybe your mother is a psychopath that commits murder at the drop of the hat.
Well... I think when you are queen, it's not called murder anymore. But, sure. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Puthe Zealot.
It's business.
It is business. See, it's an execution. You're using that, state's right to violence or whatever. It is our custom of the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights would finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I would teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. No states' rights. Not that kind of states' rights, Keikona. Oh no. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I'm finished with you tomorrow.
She's gonna immediately go back and steal that clock.
It's true. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. That's what we call a lie. Especially without any solid evidence. Heck. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? All right. Let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. and Maya's fingerprints were found on it.
That doesn't sound very good.
I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Rite.
None of that sounds very helpful.
Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister.
What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence.
That sounds like something a rebel might say.
It does? But if that Lady Kira is really one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Ms. Maya.
Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum.
But they are already controlled with fear and violence through horrible draconian laws and constant executions.
Oh,
They're used to those.
yeah, there was a bloodstain inside. But I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. You know, aside from the fact that someone appeared behind the High Priest during the rite, he turned around in surprise, because...
Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists.
This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart.
What I mean is, a threat could be important to your case.
Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence.
We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial.
Princess Raifa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help.
The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused.
Not always.
Right. It's like Thurk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure out sometimes, sir.
Divination seances work both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Hurain find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Raifa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued. Save your current progress. Yeah, we'll do that. One moment here, heck. My precious nose. All right. The Rite of Turnabout. Continue on. Yes. May 12, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Hurain. Accused lobby. 1 second here. Uh, okay. All right. So. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I?
It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end.
I know. But that's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right?
You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Bobtail. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rite doesn't seem in the best spirits herself.
Go ahead, feign confidence now while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
Guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya, let's head on in. May 12, High Court of Kurai. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty.
The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay.
Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadamadi.
I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery.
I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pure Zelot. And now then, Prosecutor Sadamadi, your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Hurainism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough.
Then, what terrible fate awaits her?
Algib Pokon Hell, realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulmoten. Furthermore, Guljam...
Enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about a terrible hell awaiting the accused.
As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the High Priest's disciple, Pure Zelot. He had been training under... He had been training under the High Priest while living at the priest's home. I'd met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the Purification Rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful, deep in prayer. The war-barred dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. I really hate that. The word killed him instantly. It just always sounds like a lie people tell themselves to feel better about them. Simply being locked in their head for unknown amounts of time. Ah, the war-barred dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We've already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it.
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Was that not already what she was on the hook for? Would the defense care to respond?
The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness?
The accused fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further.
But
Well, once a benevolence conducts a seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadamadi? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadamadi. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds.
what was that all about?
Barbed-head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees.
I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rifa's insights.
Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nina?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Okay.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Non-canonical voice. Okay. All right. How do sales? Hmm. 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 I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence, what in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Is it not the spirit's real name, or... Oh no! Is it someone else? Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for today's end. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. Again, maybe his name isn't Purez-Zelot. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rifa. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. Fully capable of proving the accused guilt with or without a divination seance. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sitamardi. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So, shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Rite. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused crime. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by violence and lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sitamardi suggested.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Oh. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Rite. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all, but you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Ooh, I can't do this. Oh, no eating in the sacred hall of justice. They didn't stop her last time. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Witness testimony. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Puré Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest widow Bathlebe in me has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed for his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far. And I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. Well, what are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rite told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Puré Zealot. Lies! Actually, do I have anything already that suggests differently? We had Tarust in me. We've already seen his seance, so that is not
in question. Not perform the rite. Through Punisher Strap. Inner Sanctum. Prime Photo is a lot. Spinal cord injury from a stab wound was back. Thought to be the Wabad dagger? Come on. Brand new prayer flag. Family photos taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with ginghale. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon the day before the rite, and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. That has something to do with things. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Just checking it. Yeah. Dirk's Law Book. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. This is the Defense Culpability Act. Okay. Rebel hideout photo with aluminum. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? But yeah, there was evidence earlier that explained the marks on people and what they meant and where they were. Anyway, but what I'm looking for in particular... Sorry, yeah, I went to check it again. Like, he has his mark there. But he has a mark on his forehead, which I don't know if it's the same... like, meant to be differently marked, or if it just has it in different places, but... What kind of person was Acolyte Zetlot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore, he'd been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years.
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Aha! Well, there you go. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Rite. Here's what I'm thinking. Hooray Zalot is a fake name. His address was wrong. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID,
There is no mention of him in our public records. Then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Rite.
An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rite mentioned something about immigrants yesterday.
But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding your divination seance this time. I'd always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Korainese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciple's deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Rite, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony?
Of course. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony.
It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name?
No, not if he was an illegal immigrant.
Have you actually confirmed that he was in Rite illegally? Or are we just being mean to people who are from other countries?
Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Rite either.
Oh boy. Now what do we do?
What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered?
I was trying to find it. I mean, there's the peach priestly tattoo, which is an evidence.
There is...
I don't know.
Any suspicions going on?
Wait a minute. What's this doing back here?
Interesting.
Okay.
But if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered?
That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked.
He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
Hold it!
Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rite, but
Objection!
that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so.
But
No ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel.
unless he was actually a rebel,
That's not true. I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now.
now what do we do? Now, I know why the divination seance failed, but...
Nothing has really changed.
yeah, which means we're in big trouble.
If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's gonna be real hard to find out his real name.
Why? I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing.
I'm going to keep looking at things.
Because I am bark.
They keep hinting that I should know. They do keep... Oh, this is what I was looking for. The mark on his face is one borne by all members of the Korainist clergy, somewhere on their bodies. Records of who has what mark and where are kept at the temple. So here's the problem, or the possibility.
Maybe he turned his mark into a peach, and for some reason no one is recognizing it. That's shenanigans. But might be kept at the temple. If there might be, there might be a different name there. Is what I'm saying. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. Victim's real name. So there kind of is. I'm gonna show that since I did find. Okay, so this is the part we added. Don't know his real name. Okay, so the autopsy report is where that is. It is not gonna let me do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Objection!
Nah, yeah. Is something the matter? Sorry, that scream just sort of slipped out. I don't know about trials in your country, but we refrain from such rash outbursts here. Perhaps this will deter any future urges you might have. I'm not helping my case in the judge's eyes, both literally and figuratively. Right, he was an illegal so we don't know his real name. Unless I have anything that has a name on it. What you are planning. Student Punisher. Peach-shaped. Like, you can't just pretend we don't know what that is. 4 to 5 a.m. Right, what do we Feast of Blessings. May have been mistaken for a rebel and killed through his connection to the High Priest. Believe in me, darlings. Training under the High Priest, living in his house for the past 2 years. Huh. Feast of Blessings. Noon to 3 p.m. Now I know why the divination seance failed, but nothing's really changed. Yeah, which means we're in big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's gonna be really hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Well, can you keep saying that? I know. Well, here's the thing. I just have to post the thing at a different point in the conversation. Because if I do that, back. Like, I posted it here, right? That's where it's supposed to be, right? Killed due to his connection to the High Priest, mistaken for a rebel. Can I show that he was a rebel? Alright. I'm cheating. The Rite of Turnabout. Okay. Okay, so the photo.
Hold it!
Let me hit the button. Maya, isn't that Lady Kira's been going around capturing rebels?
Objection!
Yeah. But okay. Up. Okay. Come on. Okay. So we'll show the picture with the mark, and hopefully that'll count.
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Haraini's native. And this crime scene photo proves it. Hold on, did it say about natives? All members of the Haraini's clergy. That's what I'm thinking of. Who knows? And this crime scene photo proves it. It does. It's just a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Harainese. Oh, acolyte, clergy, whatever. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Harainese. Peach? Yeah?
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Rite. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They're a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Heck, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh, my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Harainist clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be? But are they not utterly different shapes? No? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Harainist clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20-some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right button. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All you have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. I have it all right here. Oh, my, you never cease to amaze. So, tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Name.
His real name? His real name? He became a monk 20 years ago. Is Grey Zealot that old? Or pretending to be? Ah, proven to be a fake name. His real name is real name. His real identity was that of Highness Monk. And clearly, either they have infant monks, or it's not his age either. He became a monk 20 years ago. Then that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Maybe life as a rebel. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who really seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, Princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You would regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped.
Oh no.
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me.
Do it.
So that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
All right. The vision. Now cometh Ingil. Room Punisher theme. Heavy. Pain. Room Punisher theme. Oh no. Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Perez Elot wasn't the victim's true name. This is not even... And now at last we've seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any photo for one of your infamous turnabouts? Well, I did. Because the victim smelled jingle, or gingle, however that is to be pronounced, which was supposed to be purified from the body before this rite happened. Therefore, back. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? A most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Satamati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? Plumed Punisher ceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap. When you press the Mangatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt, seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Fay? You'd better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Again, this is not how you promote a TV show. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections...
Objection!
Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument.
What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance?
Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
You do not know when you're beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it.
Gladly.
Rifer's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true.
Didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased's sensations very carefully.
Okay, so it's about the smell of jingle, or however it's to be pronounced. The night. Okay. The night of the rite. Okay, so in the court record, we have learned. Yeah. The day before the rite has to be finished because of the bark. So I'm going to show that, but once we have smell. Present.
Objection!
Yes.
Was it really the night of the rite?
What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew acolyte Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite.
The only problem is the deceased's spirit does not corroborate that.
What's this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Yingil?
Oh, the clock she covets.
Wait, what? What about the clock? What does it say? No. Sorry.
Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Yingil on the night of the rite.
What do you mean?
Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Yingil on the night of the rite.
Miss Belieb's statement. Mrs. Belieb.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Belieb in me,
It
told me...
plays the song too.
Oh, yes.
The High Priest's wife, Belieb in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Yingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite.
Why, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that.
During the feast, the unique smell of Yingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
Not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite.
Oh, right. I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
Phoenix bringing in his own updated autopsy report. What's this?
Like, if a body was kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes the death seem more recent.
Why, I believe I've heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Zealot's autopsy report updated in the court record. Okay. Finally! Oh, Ted, you blinded me with science.
Oh no. Okay, what was I gonna do about this? Did she say when she got this? I mean, the picture shows that she traded it with Behlib. I guess if this is showing that she got it for the first time. Yes, updated autopsy report.
Finally he does it.
Finally! Bobbed head, you blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. Oh no, that's terrible. Okay. So why on earth would Behlib and me give away a one-of-a-kind plumed Punisher toy? Probably because it was at a crime scene and became obvious. Wait, no, that wouldn't work, because he's sitting right there. But, shenanigans. No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the ride. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Insight revised. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark in the afternoon, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. The blade struck two, and in that instant he departed from this world. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick? A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency, like it being dark in the middle of the afternoon, when we were told that the day would be calm, clear skies. If I had something that showed what it was like on the day, it could really help. Yeah. You think? Okay, so offering up his prayers. Heavy. House. Up. Why is it dark?
Because she is a Steel Samurai fan and rare foreign merch trade is common with super fans.
I still think shenanigans. Anyway, alright. Okay, so how can I... So this is what I'm going to bark with. How do I... Okay. Let me just play through this. I don't know if I have the whole thing. Did we show that it is actually dark? How could it be dark? Someone is over his head. Now it is dead. Okay. You play it. Okay, just here, this is fine. Select the darkness. I'm attacking the darkness!
Objection!
The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? You're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what's important. What the victim saw in his final moments. You have bats in the belfry, Bobbed Head. There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do you explain? Oh, right, because of, snow, right? Thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the Plaza of Devotion. Until yesterday. Oh, because today's purification, right, okay. Yesterday, day before the rite. I'm bad at getting the, I'm getting a lot of off by one errors in my bark. Okay. Impossible, you say? Do you explain? This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite.
What? But... The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground.
Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments?
If you have something to say, then say it.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. Oh no!
It's that! Those are his handprints!
Of doom!
Oh no!
This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere.
What? What? What?
What?
Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless.
About that. Hadn't got to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya?
Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right?
Right, but where could that be? Moss.
What is it, barbed head? Giving up already?
Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There's no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway.
Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout?
This is what the victim saw in his final moments.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with Seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same.
Well, you were talking about the clock. Playing the bark, bark, bark. That's gonna happen.
I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence.
Oh, what do you mean?
Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab.
Is this true?
This information has already been provided to the police.
Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest blood that flowed in from outside. So we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, report please. Blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Parade Zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but
Go for it.
It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be the water already being red. How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Wait. I mean, this is the irregularity I'm thinking of, but this doesn't show the time of death made to appear later than it actually was. This actually would make it appear sooner. Oh, the dagger, because the dagger hadn't been found yet. Yes?
Take that!
You truly believe that could affect the estimated time of death? I do. I'm sure the game logic doesn't. And why not? Then let us test this idea on your body. Pass? Mr. Wright's body may still be alive, but he appears very much brain dead. I believe that. So no one attempted to cover up the true time of death? No, I believe someone did. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Is it this picture? Because this would be mean if it was this one. Hold on, okay. What does the updated autopsy report say? 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. day before. I think it is this. Also, who took this picture? Okay, I don't think this is right either, but I'm gonna go for it.
Take that!
I truly believe. Why not? I blew with that one. Okay. Time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Oh. By using, well, I mean, this goes back to the dagger. Like, if it had Maya's fingerprints on it, that would be a point in making it appear later than it actually was, because she was not supposed to have touched it before the rite. But you didn't like me saying that. So bark. Let me see what the bark. It's like, tell me why. Why does it not like my logic? My hot logic? Let's see here. Oh? Oh. The High Priest was only killed so that the blood would be in the pool, and so there would be a reason for blood to be in the pool. No, I don't need a hint. I have the walker through here if need be.
Take that!
But thank you, Bacon Mud. Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. We're just trying to figure out why it made sense to say that or not. Apparently not. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Huh? Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. What? And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. Okay. So you mean like the snow that was there was removed after it had had a body in it for a while and looked. The time was mistaken, and the place too, and just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of the fingerprints on the dagger, and the Plume Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Again, the clock and the bark is... Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible. At least for one of them. Yes, the clock! Bark. Oh, really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. I know! Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. Plume Punisher theme. The Plume Punisher theme, and how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap. Is it true? The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
That's enough!
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your royal wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Inside provised, the victim was offering his prayers. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. The blade struck two, and in an instant he departed from this world. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution of the case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Stores handless. Okay, so jingle. Plume Punisher theme. Heavy. What is heavy? Someone was there and the Plume Punisher filled the air. Accused plugged a knife in the defensive victim's neck. Was it necessarily the neck? Or was it necessarily defenseless? What does heavy mean? What does heavy mean? I mean, there is, if he's standing upright. That's shenanigans. Heavy. Yeah. Do I have anything else? Let's see. Ah! Oh. Plots of devotion, we've already invalidated that. Okay, so stab wound to his back. The weapon is such. Okay, so the thing we'd established earlier was that he was able to be stabbed because he was in the prayer pose and someone could press their weight on him. But now he's standing upright. So what is heavy doing? What is heavy doing? Mouse. Tell me about heavy. This probably isn't right, but we'll see how it fails. Maybe.
Objection!
No, that was wrong. Your benevolence. Isn't this statement inconsistent with the vision? Inconsistent? I think not. Exactly. And that's where the inconsistency lies. No, I believe it is in the defense's thought process that the inconsistency lies. I guess there wasn't an inconsistency there after all. Okay. Someone was there. Afternoon of the day before the rite. Stood with his hands on. Okay, so let's say that's contradictory with standing. And if that isn't right, well then bark. Hold on.
Objection!
There we go. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? The weight of his sins dragging him down. What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed. Hands against the wall, so someone is trying to bark. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the falling stone slab. Oh no. Wait. Oh no!
Boa Phoenix almost made it fall over.
Yeah, but okay, so here's the trouble. Yeah, like both of these seem like shenanigans. So if someone is actually killing him, I mean, the falling stone slab makes it seem like someone doesn't even have to be there to be killing him. It's like, oh, it was just an accident. But the thing is, the slab isn't fallen over, so someone would have had to pick it back up and everything. I don't know. The culprit jumping on him, which seems like a shenanigan, but why would that happen? I don't like either of these. For, satisfaction reasons. But someone jumping on him is not right for, I don't know. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Huh? Oh. Stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. I mean, that could be a way that the reason that it's wobbly because it had already been broken. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you've overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed.
Oh, yeah.
Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would both have been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? Well, I mean, the way the thing opens... I don't have a diagram of that. The way the thing opens, the statue of the warbird could be on the inside. And then it would just, like, fall on the stabby-stab pointiness of the bark. The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was?
Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within.
Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? Gotta think of something. The bloodied warbird statue. Same thing we said about.
If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that.
Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger.
Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century?
Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Yeah. Something that had a shape similar to the warbird dagger? Like, this is literally the way that the first trial finished asserting that Maya killed the victim.
Present your evidence this time, Mr. Rite.
This shows what really killed the victim. Do I show the photo? Or the diagram? I think the photo is the picture of it, so it should... Would it be okay with me showing the photo? Or is it going to scream?
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein?
This is what really took poor Zealot's life.
Take that!
But that is the warbird statue?
Exactly. The warbird statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection.
You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impales someone who's inside?
Haven't you heard? The Warbird statue also functions as a hideout door.
What do you mean?
The statue can pull a complete switcheroo.
A switcheroo?
To put it simply, it's a revolving door.
A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense.
Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbird statue was right behind him. Ah!
This cannot be.
That's enough!
But the acute fingerprints were found on the dagger.
She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prince got on it.
You could have said that at any point during the entire trial beforehand. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbird statue was what killed its victim.
Warbird statue added to the court record. Its sharp protruding feathers took Butay's zealot's life. It's also a revolving door.
Oh no, getting killed by a revolving door. Oh.
It could happen to you. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime.
Nice work, Nick. How could this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth.
No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. Hydrate? Okay, alright. Back. Oh yeah, it's also about time to run out the poll. Let's start that while I'm barking. Look. Y'all got 2 minutes to decide to continue playing Spirit of Justice, or to switch between any of the other games that are on that docket. Voting is fun. I don't know why. Bark. Anyway, thank you for the hydrate, Otter Ishmael. Lurkers, get your votes in. Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights.
But that means I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time.
Your Benevolence, are you unwell?
All the colors drained from your face. I'll be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish. I feel kind of bad for her. I'm only ruining her life.
Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please, explain what you've learned now that we know how the victim actually died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body was found at the Plaza of That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbird dagger was thrust into it, to make it look like a murder weapon.
That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was a crime committed from fun. A warning from the Twilight Realm to make it look like a serial murder. You think? It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi no ketare gaseo soroka!
Soroka. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You've yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. Careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slabs toward him, and we know the rest.
Wow, he's cheese racist, lactose intolerant.
I think he's just... I think it's more like a Anton ego sort of thing. He doesn't like cheese, he loves it, and if he doesn't love it, he spits it out. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Satamati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. But the dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now here's the judge convinced too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Rite, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. But that is his argument, the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. Dead lawyer walking, indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Rite? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said that the defense's reasoning had a putrid, cheese-like smell. But I now realize
The stench was from his own putrid body. On
Now
the
I
verge
want
of death.
cheese.
Cheese! More pre, right? Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is...
Did somebody come to mind?
Yes, except there's one huge problem.
A huge problem. What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection.
If I don't do something, Prosecutor Salmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this regardless of that huge problem. Put your face in the cheese and go brrr. Your Majesty, I believe there's another suspect in Prezelot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. The High Priest himself.
No, there is one person who knew everything.
Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be?
I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... Imagine, it actually says, killed during the purification rite. And so he did. No.
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout, and that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite.
Shut it up!
You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well that...
What? No, hold on. Bark. Your entire legal system is based on dead men telling tales. Don't you come in here and say that.
You would pin a crime upon the dead,
And doing seances.
knowing very well that they tell no tales. Your entire legal system, have you no shame?
Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Maya?
And priests that get possessed.
Just like, yes, the tales of dead men is how you work.
What? Do I have something on my face?
Wait a second, could this actually work?
Oh no. Don't tell me I have some on my breakfast cut between my teeth.
No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales, therefore I would like to request the High Priest's testimony.
His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify?
There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling.
What did you just say?
Spirit channeling? Has his lawyer finally gone insane?
This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. I'm frankly astonished you even know such thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure.
I suspected as much. That means our only hope is...
It's okay, Nick. You can tell them.
But Maya... I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Rite.
Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not.
But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Rite.
We don't have any other choice, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Rite.
All right. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
But even a benevolent Princess Raifa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me.
Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such powers.
Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can.
Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin.
That's enough!
Your Benevolence.
This is an outrage, I say. First you're making mockery of this divination seance, and now spirit channeling.
A Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is wicked right. For devils, I say they should be put to death immediately.
Steal your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am.
Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will charge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Quack, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth the dangerous spirit. But do not fear.
Racism.
For I have a mangatam of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sidamade? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned.
To be continued. Oh, no. Right now.
Your current progress? Sure, I guess we can do that.
Override the save that's in the slot.
Continue. May 12th. High Court of Rite. Accused lobby.
Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. What? You just got done saying you... All right, we already barked about her going through the whole training, saying she's complete, but not actually knowing whether she's bark. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So, you're sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing. Actually doing it is another.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. What kind of training were you doing? What? That doesn't sound... I mean... If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me.
Eating.
This will be a moment you never forget.
Eating? Right. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Oh, she's been eating. That's her training. She's been watching the Plumed Punisher.
Once we hear Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so...
Also, she's gonna be here channeling a potential murderer. This is perhaps imprudent.
I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that.
Yeet.
They're ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go. May 12th, High Court of Rite.
Have we ever seen Maya channel a man before? I feel like we've only seen... Hydrate.
We've received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today.
Right. Thank you for the hydrating Irish mail. Oof.
Now, if you will, Ms. Fay, please proceed.
New just ladies.
Yeah, because it's always a joke about how they're different sizes and such.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now.
Like, not 10 minutes ago, they didn't even believe that the technique existed.
Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you.
I've been studying here in Rite for 2 years now, so that one day I'll be the master of Rite, the village of spirit meetings back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow. She seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, your benevolence. How about this?
See, the thing is, like, obviously she has done it before. You could show newspaper coverage of the trials where it's been dispositive.
Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed, you'll call me master. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Spirit of Tarist in me, turn now to the world of the living. Slumbering in the twilight realm. Ooh. What is this place?
Oh, my.
No, this cannot be. Polkuka?
It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits.
I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the real deal.
Go Maya!
I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
But in me.
Could this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? A luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service?
But in me.
My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil?
Please, do not count me among the dead. It's only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, my affair, has brought you back among us today.
But why? Acolyte Faye has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains his gorgeous locks.
When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair.
It would be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes, if you would excuse me.
Oh dear.
There, that is better.
Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on.
Why, you were that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here?
Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you've been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf?
I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed.
What's with that crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training.
Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday.
Phoenix, don't think about that. Will the defendants please explain the situation to the High Priest?
I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Parade Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum.
Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed. Who would do such a thing?
Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you have it in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. And that's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything.
Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he'd mastered such advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate.
Why did you, a devout priest of Huraianism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions?
Oh, right.
Abbot in me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Rite.
Oddly specific denial about wife.
Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy.
It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi concluded, I was slain by none other than Maya Fey.
Sorry, that was...
The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regard to his murder correct.
No. But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed it, weren't you?
I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own.
An alibi? Seriously?
It seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Now, up in me, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course.
Witness testimony. I have an alibi.
I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
You had guests? Just past noon, that's right about the time Zetlot was murdered. Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
Come to think of it, Rifa told me about a spirit's memory.
The spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled?
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life.
Clearly recalls, does it? The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack?
Cross-examination.
I have an alibi.
I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place.
First off, who told you when the murder took place? Did we? I guess so. Anyway.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature.
Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Rite itself you wish to ridicule?
Come on, everyone and grandma knows what alibi means.
We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here.
Oh
have
yeah,
plenty of courtroom
it's
dramas
net
on
at the
TV.
real time. Autopsy report.
Yeah.
Peace.
Well, also, like, just after noon, despite the autopsy report, whatever, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., but just after noon, he was having the meal during the time that it could be had. So between 12 and 3, they ate at least all that much food. So if it was just after noon, no.
Peace. Peace. Peace, I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement?
Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so natural.
I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments.
Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. Again, a high priest. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Again, a high priest. You probably don't get to be a high priest. Well, they probably try to encourage you before you get to be a high priest to learn to handle things. Anyway. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can... Oh, yes, that's the thing I... Would you press this?
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. Actually, hold on. Yeah, so it's like... Yeah, just afternoon you were, but so was the guy. So you don't actually have an alibi, because alibi means elsewhere. You actually were with the victim. So I don't... If the victim could be somewhere else, you could be somewhere else. That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ha! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry. He's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Just a minute ago, you were saying he was too prepared, too calm for Black. You're just not going to be happy with anything he does. Oh, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Gonna flash back to this again. His spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. You just had that flashback. There is nothing better than enjoying Yingil cuisine with dear friends. That way everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. They sure can't.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. Wait, what, heck, wait, what, heck, wait, what, heck, what, heck? Oh, what? He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. Huh? My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I'm not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, appetite in me. What? What? Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Catch Them All. But... I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Guess who else visited? But anyway, press first. Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to find out my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. You have a good night, Bacon Mutt. Thank you for spending time with us. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off? Or you misread the time?
There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer?
Huh?
As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot?
Ah, His Majesty's a witness.
Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inme's alibi.
If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Yeah, there is. Well, there isn't. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony.
There is. Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be.
This is what was wrong with his testimony.
The prayer feast was short. He's too friendly with the judge. He knew the time of the crime.
I don't know about the feast being short. Did we talk about how long the feast was? Oh, first off,
Crime time.
the feast must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. When he was there between 2 and 3, did he say? What were the details about? Yahoo. From 2 to 3, okay. Like, I mean, I want to go with the feast being short, because he was only there for an hour, and there was a whole 2 extra hours. But, I mean, he knew the time. I mean, we were saying, I don't know. I don't like to bring in the fact that, Mark. I want to say the feast being short. We'll try the crime if we die. The meal was too short to be a feast of blessing celebration. No, not like that. No, that's wrong. No.
Objection!
The length of the feast is of no consequence. Besides, Lady Inme's testimony regarding the feast was the same as her husband's. Would you suggest Abbot Inme and his wife are lying?
I see no problems, you allege. See, actually, I think I'm supposed to say that there's nothing wrong with his testimony, because his testimony is correct, but there's more information that is not in there. Namely, apparently he's having more than one feast.
I see no problems, you allege. I've heard enough. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Rite, guilty.
All right, retry from this scene. Do. Heck. Okay, you knew the time of the crime? Shenanigans? After Abbot Inme was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered.
Now that you mention it,
Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. Wait. I think I saw something just now. Oh, heck. No, I must be imagining things. So, tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? Oh, how about that? Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your
Shocked
mind.
out of his skin.
I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Hurai's prayer. Huh?
サトライマオマどもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそろか
Habit in me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. The microphone. What? He'll never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device.
But then that means the judge would have to seen him check the recording or whatever.
That's true too. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. Whenever it detects movement. I heard just such a recording, after His Majesty and his family left. Go. If you look at the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. Power of Hurai's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Idme to continue with his testimony. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out.
But Maya didn't know about the hideout either, nor how to get inside.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't really prove that. I mean, it's the hard part. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Hurinist, holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the high priest and the holy mother strike him blind? As if this wasn't hard enough already.
You could, considering how weird the key is, and just ask Maya if she knows what it is.
Well, so the thing is, again, anyone can just prove ignorance is the hard part. It's hard to, could assert ignorance. It's hard
But
to...
game probably isn't smart enough for that.
Brick. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I heard everything. I was entertaining his majesty and his family when the crime occurred.
Hold it!
Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to a wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day?
This is probably the weirdest choices PW game TBH, like the one time you got no penalties during that one part, but then every other one you did.
Things are weird sometimes, yeah. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes. She was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. Now that's a lie, too. We have photographs of her not doing that.
Oh no, wife is suspect.
So, the judge never saw Mrs. Inme. Should I have Abbot Inme add that statement to his testimony? Absolutely. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
It's usually the spouse.
Oh! What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hatton's pies and Melton Mott. Huh? They're both traditional Koreanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of Hatton's pies and the supreme texture of Melton Mott. Okay, so hot and spicy, possibly. Milton and Mott? Mott? Lady and Miss cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left...
Melt in mouth?
There you go. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation. Hold on just a second. I'm just gonna... Well, we can hear the rest of his barkery. We just got this at the beginning, after all.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Qurainism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain their inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened.
Sure, the wife didn't know.
Why, the warbird over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Ms. Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye is an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. Actually, why would you have a silence if your microphone is set to record when there's movement? Quack. A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound.
Wouldn't the door also make noise?
Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It? Heavy? It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. And how would he know that? Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Sure, have him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It. Really.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zushire Matame Yaba. Zushire Matame Yama. Zushire Matame Yama. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zushire Matame Yama. Why do I feel like a jerk for just trying to do my job right now?
A loud crash produced by a human vocal cords.
Mr. Rite. Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is tight as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it'd be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Alright, photo of the secret rebel hideout. It is just as if Abbott and me saw it after the incident. Mr. Rite, is it no time to concede defeat? No, wait, I need just a little more time. If you insist. Okay. Now, see, we have pictures of you not.
Objection!
He doesn't like that. Is something the matter? Sorry, that scream just sort of slipped out. Come on! I don't know about tribes in your country, but we refrain from such rash outbursts here. Perhaps this will deter any future urges you might have. I'm not helping my case in the judge's eyes, both literally and figuratively. Heck.
Whoa.
He doesn't like any of my ideas. Heck. Okay, so if we're gonna add a statement about this.
The logic is so fucky in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Like, I can understand not wanting to, like, make lots and lots of branches to your game, because, you know, that's complicated. But you could at least, you know, acknowledge and then, you know, find a way to dismiss it, bring it back to the ending you want to find. Fuck.
Objection!
Oh, second. Oof. Oof. Abbott in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he'd experienced a heavy feeling. Well, maybe the hands on the slab. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over on the Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Wabad statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? Oh, come on. My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death by something heavy. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Oh, poor fella. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. Yeah. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals?
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbott in me was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. Well, that's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... Again, literally have a picture of him doing food during the earlier period of the bark, bark, bark. The victim was there. They could both have gone to a place. Come back in time for dinner with the judge. Nothing is bark, bark, bark. All right, he heard it from the real culprit? I mean, he could have inferred it from the hands on the slab, but I don't think so. He heard it during the trial is not true. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation, besides the one that it won't let me decide on. So, tell us, who is the real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zetlot's killer is... Believe in Me, who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite, so is used to wearing the thing, but... Oh no. But might have learned that her husband is a rebel, and taking on this role of Lady Kira that she usually does, decided to bark, bark, bark. Also, why didn't she play the role? Maybe she didn't want to because she had learned her husband was a rebel and bark, bark, bark. I don't know. Marcus.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
Killer beliefs.
No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot. And the music change proves it.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that she was a big plumed Punisher fan, and that was probably her clock in the rebel hideout. Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira killed Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Miss Inme killed her husband as well? Thank you for allowing that, and not sticking to the judgment of the previous case. As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Oh. Ah. Yikes. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Yikes. I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is, as Abbot Inme stated, the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. Literally no sentence has been applied. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now, apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Ah? I completely forgot about that. Really, why would that stop anybody? Also, I did not know about that. Did they talk about this? Under causes for... Oh. Anyway. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira.
Pregnant women murder all the time.
I mean, it's true. You can... I mean, especially... Like, we didn't notice. And she's probably not encumbered.
It's the perfect cover.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. This is actually not true either. Now that you think about it, she could totally summon someone strong into her body. Like this. And do all the killing necessary. But I'm not gonna say that. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... You'll probably say it. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inme. What? He said, bless your heart. Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? She could actually summon her because she does have her name, which is in the book. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you've come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you've figured it out as well, Abbot
Or
Inme.
Phoenix needs to be pregnant.
Get Edgeworth in here fast. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil. Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it will dissuade your anger, then by all means, please testify. Witness testimony. My affair is Lady Kira. I'm just kind of wondering, These tattoos upon the body, are those actually Maya's?
Where's the bailiff St. Wow?
Yeah, the bailiff's been gone a while, hasn't he? Huh.
Boob tattoos.
I mean, Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So, it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. I deserved it because I was a rebel. It's not how it works. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of a terrible power. That beeping noise going on. Anyway.
Maya didn't know about rebels.
That is also true. But again, you can't prove people didn't know things. It's very hard to do that. Because anyone can say, oh, I didn't know. I lost my memory. I do not recall. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of a terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Okay, that's a good question. Maya Faye's Lady Kira. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I'm here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it.
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did.
Wait, he didn't know she could actually channeled until now?
He didn't, but he didn't have to. The fact that, like, Nayuta just figured it out, so he could have figured it out as well. He could be predisposed to it by the fact that he is being channeled at the moment. Now, we may wonder if he knows how he knows the requirements of being channeled, since that's supposed to be a secret art. But apparently, if even the princess knows, there's no reason he would necessarily... I don't know, a broad bracket. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. At modern day, Lady Kira has captured many a rebel, all by herself. And among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. But that leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Literally nobody in the whole country.
Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend had been channeled?
The real Lady Kira of legend. That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. And then again, the people of Rite believes legends to be true. Lots of people believe legends.
So it was real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us.
Hold it!
Among us! Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? Wow, Phoenix, with the sexism. One capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? It's called a weapon.
There is no way to prove that, but to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Horainism itself.
Whoa.
It is not for us to question. We must simply believe.
And again, we also literally are in the process of seeing a woman channeling someone more physically capable than herself. So even if you wanted to go with the sexism, doesn't count because she is a spirit medium.
But don't go with the sexism.
Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you poor Hunan. Lady Kira's gonna strike you down. Oh. I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence.
She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
Hold it!
A strength far beyond any mortal woman. And just how strong would that be? Also, Lady Kira would have to be a mortal woman, especially if she's dead now.
You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again.
Your wound? It was pretty deep and there was a tremendous amount of blood.
And while Acolyte Zealot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira.
Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira, and this is not good. I'll have to prove she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Okay. Do I have anything that shows that? Well, speaking the name is unforgivable, so she should never have said it. I mean, maybe. Who would have left this note? Lady Kira. We did also have that, well, no, that's... Tame. Lady Kira's activity. Returns to battle with rebels. Fueling the enthusiasm for the purification, alright. Like, did we ever see them in this somewhere at the same time? I mean, aside from here, which doesn't count, apparently. I mean, we can still show this, probably. Because it still has Maya and the killer on it. Oh, yeah! Because in the previous thing, we proved that he had to die by Warbird. But if he says that she was stabbed or whatever... Well, no. What? The verdict of the previous case made no sense. So, heck. Okay, let me try and show this thing, which is evidence that Maya and the killer are two different places, and was completely disregarded in all shenanigans.
Objection!
No, they don't care. Please take a look at this piece of evidence. Anything come to mind? Well... Did the defense have something you would like to say? That fell on deaf ears. No! Ah! Alright. Do we have any proof that she didn't? She could have done it. She knows the true name. Whoa. Is the fact that Lady Kira is not her true name one of the secrets? Didn't we determine that? I want to show this. I don't know.
Objection!
There you go. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite.
Yeah,
Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Wait, what? Oh! You have to know their face and their name. She's wearing a mask.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. Can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder.
without a face, the death note won't work.
But then, who's the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes. Who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Let us have poll time. Will it be correct? Okay, good. There are only two choices this time, because the list of upcoming games is shorter than the list of games we play.
Escaped prisoner?
There's still that, but you know, he did say he didn't do it. Pretty much. And also, well, Escaped yesterday. Huh. He had been out the whole day before. Why did he only paraglide down the day after? Where had he been in the meantime? Where had he been? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. They think the true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Inmee was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Why? And Mr. Arabal is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. Why would a rebel, who might not even know that the High Priest was also a rebel...
Sexism.
It's all shenanigans. That leaves us with... Mr. Rite, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. Oh, was it the acolyte, the other person who got here 2 years ago? Was secretly already a monk? Living under an assumed name? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel-hunting Lady Kira.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira we seek is Rite Zealot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
But the process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmee or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this, the note, that only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. There's nobody else.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Satmati. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira is not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmee, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmee is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion on my lovely wife?
Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the Plume and Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. And that means all of the evidence linking her to the crime had been called into question.
Was Lady Idme a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say other scenarios just as likely. What are we to do now?
The alarm clock, you say? You mean the one in the rebel hideout?
Incidentally, if there was noise picked up by the microphone at the killing, he would have heard that. He should have mentioned that, because that was going off at the time of the death. He only heard the voices.
Right. Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him?
But Idme, just what is so comical? Comical.
Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? Also, none of those bones are yours. Stop. The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No. Then it really was the Plume Punisher strap?
In that case, you know, if she was really pregnant and she couldn't do a murder because of her own strength, she could still push a slab over. Just saying. In
No.
that case.
It was on when they checked.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm sad to say the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright?
Oh, this can't be happening. Not now.
This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer.
I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. Had Plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments? I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. What?
Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbot Idme was charged.
Right. Well, no, that doesn't explain nothing. He was talking about what he heard. And he only mentioned voices. Well then, what if he's...
Exactly.
Also, if he's talking about bad people, if he knows the place, and he knows... theoretically, only rebels should know about the secret rebel hideout. So if the suggestion is that the Acolyte and Maya were also rebels, which is what they were doing there. It doesn't make sense. Why would they have turned on... But... I don't know. This wasn't... What if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie. One easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Ah, come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro. Those are the Steel Samurai ones. They went.
Alarms have demo switches.
Dun 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 dun. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. There you go. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means. And let us also return, Abbot in me spirit, to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
THR Bailiff isn't back yet.
Heckin' bailiff. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul, writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro. Yeah. It begins with some traditional Kurainese instruments. Its exotic sounds totally different.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with this statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It's literally what we were just talking about. It plays the plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is, the theme to the plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Rite, what is this Steel Samurai which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The plumed Punisher theme is a total is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in a secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Ms. Faye met an avid plumed Punisher fan here in Rite, and as a token of their friendship, She traded a certain steel samurai item she had for the plume Punisher strap. I would like to emphasize that this happened before any murder happened.
And this avid plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot.
Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me.
Objection!
You have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath.
Oh,
This photo I've shown like twice already.
yeah! Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I'm going to take a deep breath and review the evidence.
Very well then, please present your evidence if you defend.
The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmate was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. This picture that I've shown like twice already.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmate and Mrs. Fay traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
Family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here?
The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here.
What proves Believe traded with Maya? I mean,
This...
Take that!
Tell me I clicked it correctly. Look at Mrs. Inmate's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Is that why Maya holds her hair that way? Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch.
why? I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott in me.
This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Incidentally, Believe in Me is not in the kitchen. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Ms. Inmate had the Samurai watch. So, what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmate was wearing. If she just got it, she probably didn't know how to turn it off. I wish to amend my testimony.
Wait, I just realized something. Maya was a bigger Pink Princess fan after the one trail.
I'm gonna guess that, maybe Pink Princess wasn't as popular a show and got canceled, while Steel Samurai still has the enduring appeal it once did. Actually, probably it's already been rebooted like 2 or 3 times. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, Your Majesty. Yeah, silence it.
今をまどもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそろか
Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery.
Now, what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve?
There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim.
A big gaping hole? I don't think so.
Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain.
My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all.
Ha, says the dead lawyer walking. He who has narrow vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or, as they say in your country, you
could not see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, and Lady in me, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
He just didn't notice in the big picture the giant tacky watch.
How could I have missed that? So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! See, the thing is, someone wearing a costume that covers their face could be anybody. It can be more than one person. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that
It's still the wife.
would still be the wife that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest murder. You mindless zombie, you should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now, let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Oh boy, Zoomies time! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of the case in order.
Yeah, I think the bailiff is dead now.
What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. She did say that the water was already red dead. Spring was tainted red before the rite. All right. Maya said that spring had been stained red before the rite even began. Spring was already red before the High Priest murdered because of Zealot's blood. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then to keep the hideout hidden? He wanted to keep the hideout secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... Did he want to kill Maya? What is his motive for killing Maya? Set up the scene. What is his motive for killing Maya other than her seeing the blood? Right, because he said he risked having Maya see the spring. But, no, he didn't want to... What do you mean set up the scene?
No witnesses basically, but doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like, okay. Why did he have to go through the Rite? So the thing is, they didn't have a motive for killing Maya, other than possibly, you know, Maya saw the bloodied spring. But the thing is, if they canceled the Rite, then they wouldn't have to do this, right? And besides, Maya was already told the story that the spring. People were being told the story that the spring would turn red when Lady Kira returned or whatever. Like, they mythologize that. They're not like, oh, it's blood. They're like, oh, this is, you know, holy shenanigans. I don't know. Set up the scene. What do you mean? No. Use the Rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. By causing his own death, that would be... But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used his own blood? Why would he... Again, what is this commitment to the cause? Oh no, I didn't clean up the blood. Time to die so nobody can find a room? Ugh. Stain the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. This was a suicide mission. What the... I know who killed the High Priest. It was Taurus himself. Taurus' death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret, and it couldn't stay hidden for 2 days. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What's this? There is nothing giving this hideout that much importance. The High Priest committed suicide. I've never heard anything more absurd.
Objection!
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid, gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. Truly cannot see the forest for the trees. Claim the High Priest.
I mean, it's a weapons depot in the middle of the town near where the Queen resides.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's literally beneath a prison where there are presumably also all sorts of shenanigans, but that's a whole back. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. Okay, but what's the punishment for putting a knife in a dead body? Probably not as bad as that's for murdering, right?
The wife could too.
Wife. The knife of the wife has ended the life. It is as Prosecutor Sidmadi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic.
and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal a rebel hideout.
They're right. The dagger was impaled at Zealot's body. But his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day.
Well, Mr. Rite, would you care to respond?
Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Taurus died by a different weapon. It was moved by Taurus' soul. Of course, that's it.
What is it? Oh, because the Acolyte died on the Warbird. Part of the cover-up would be covering the Warbird in his own blood. What is it?
There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite.
The statue yet.
What? So that means... What does that mean?
It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection!
But no weapon was ever found in a sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be.
The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial as far as spot the clue I need.
Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is?
This is what really killed the High Priest.
I mean, I think it's the Warbird, but I don't have a better way of showing that. Oh, there you go. The Warbird statue as an item. The revolving door.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, and its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbird statue.
Olkunka? You believe that statue claimed both victims' lives?
Would you care to chime in, Abbot Inmate?
No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Behebe. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Behebe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot Inmate, let your wife speak. Now, Lady Inmate, please continue if you would. It's that time again.
And what time would that be? Time for the Steel Samurai?
2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Pure was slain. Oh no, the alarm is for prayers? That sound, it's
The Steel Samurai alarm.
I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop. She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot.
Ah.
But Inby. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the high priest. There's no need to fear. Just imagine the physician coming up. Well, he's dead, all right. It seems he died a few days ago. Why you bring me in here? Now, let us continue.
What about the half of him that called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Idme, will you tell us everything you know?
The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dats's escape.
And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared.
Yes. Hooray was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel.
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout.
And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Idme, a room full of guns. So the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira was Hooray Zealot?
Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice.
The secret police? Imagine, secret police. Who would you report the crime to?
And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder, sanctioned by the Crown, is still murder. No, it's an execution.
It didn't make it right, but back. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
Oh damn, fascism state.
What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira.
No, this can't be. My father would never.
This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rifa. Who would ever imagine that being the Minister of Justice would involve meting out penalties to people accused of crimes? Well, not accused, but, yeah. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name.
Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Hooray and his clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks.
I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time.
But this cannot be.
This is true. The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder?
Peace. Now, Lady Idme, please continue. Hooray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here.
But Idme, are you sure you're all right now?
No, I'm still dead. I'm sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, We need to know what was so important that she would take your own life. Oh, well, protecting his wife. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Incidentally, isn't this the opposite of the way that they show how quickly the person had died? No, you're right. You chilled it. Right, never mind. Doing the off by one error thing again. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Actually, no, the thing is, like, the body heat goes down slowly over time. So if you make it really cold, it should have made him look like he died longer ago, right? The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. You know, aside from the knife sticking out of his back. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on my affair? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fade's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. We already determined this. She's been practicing. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Oh, there you go. That's why she's had no bark. Thank you for the explanation. Then, I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? Imagine being able to pull things off of a statue. After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible. What possessed you to do such a thing? Love for his wife and the rebel movement? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Satmati is one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system.
And his child.
I would expect you, of all people, to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system. Mrs. Inme's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Right. The child would also be executed. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Okay, where did I have information that she was pregnant? I don't...
Flower.
The flower? Flower that can I use to... No? expresses heartfelt sympathy, but that's not... Like... We know that... Bark, bark, bark. Oh. Wait. If he already had a letter from... Well, no, that came from the guy. I don't know. I'm going to say the family.
Take that!
And how, pray tell, does that explain why he took his own life? Don't you see? The reason
Family
is right
photo.
here. There is nothing to see, for that bears no relation to the question at hand, so not family photo. Oh, did I get it wrong? Why would the High Priest commit suicide? If it was for his wife's sake, then maybe... Now I finally understand why the High Priest took his own life. This explains why the High... Okay, yeah. Because his wife was pregnant, but what do I have that says that? I don't have anything that says that. Let me see here. Oh. Well, those who would support criminals we deem just as guilty. Because he's a rebel and he doesn't also want to have the same... The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inme's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on my affair. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Rite, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira at his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbard statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Fey was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But you said you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? She was already unhappy about it being evidence in the first place. Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Heck. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel.
Hooray, evidence forging.
How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I, under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I've done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been for evil? All right, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. He's just officially come out as a rebel. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. The rebel will be punished as expected. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Monogatama of parting, if you please. Shouldn't you put Maya's clothes back on first? Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. They're going to give the rebel an artifact of mysterious power? Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the... yeah, with the clothing. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. Except not, because we've already determined that spirits, when they are summoned back, have experienced no change of time from when they died. We've established this. This is known facts about spirits. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Mm-hmm. Farewell, my darling tourist. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya. I feel great. I guess that means you didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Rite, not guilty.
Huzzah.
Yes. So serene. Way over time, that's okay. May 12, 4:20 p.m. High Court of Kurai. Accused lobby. So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, I'd even force the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
420.
Yeah. $4.20 in the High Court, I get it. Force the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Keeper were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was just wondering. Are you all right? Quiet, you. How could I possibly be all right? She's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot, plunging the whole of justice into utter chaos? You have even desecrated my mother's and father's teachings, you soulless infidel. Oh, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I'd always believed that communing with victims Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I'm left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rifa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. But Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama in our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance, that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? I am the Queen. But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Obey me. Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing a divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in?
Lowly. She is royalty in America in Kuran village.
Yeah, and it's also like, yeah, heck. You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kind of do. After all, I'm only in training so I can become the master of my village back home. The village master, you say? I did not know. Seems I owe you an apology. For even today I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. I'll hear you address me by proper terms of respect. A future queen and a future village master? I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Bobbed head. Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Guards, arrest him immediately.
Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you're destined to rule the kingdom someday. That means there'll be many things you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true, and what is false, and most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wondered if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable.
I've never heard of Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Ooh, oh no. What was that? Oh no. Came from the hallway. Smoke! We'd better go check it out. Hurry!
You can even abolish the system. Of course.
Mrs. Inme.
Mr. Rite, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Death.
I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. But that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady Inme, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Arapao?
I must tell the people they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly.
Hey there, PW. I wish you had more time to talk. Thurk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? After all, don't let him get away. The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution.
Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. Want to go overthrow the government?
What is it?
Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. All right.
I was gonna say, is this about food?
Yes. The right of
GG.
Turnabout awarded. GG. Okay. Now we have a wonderful opportunity to stop for the day.